pure tension, pure resistance. A spiraling rail into the final 4-funnel showdown. This is where... Get ready for an aquatic Fubeca race. 16 nations diving into pure chaos. A pin start launch where one hit can change everything right from the drop. 2 opening funnels locking the pack into a battle for early control. An electric lift throwing the racers into a whole new stage of the track. Wide funnels blasting them straight into the aquatic plunge with no mercy. A deep submerged stretch cooling the field as the chase intensifies. Another electric lift hauling the competitors back from the depths. Sector 2 brings suspended rails. Pure tension, pure resistance. A spiraling rail into the final 4-funnel showdown. This is where legends break through. Strap in, this aquatic battle is about to take your breath away. Board view, 16 national marbles lined up for a knockout classic. On the left side, Argentina versus Italy and India versus Indonesia, Mexico versus Canada, and South Korea versus the United States. On the opposite side, Brazil versus Bosnia, Netherlands versus Spain, Portugal versus Russia, and Germany versus Japan. First matchup, the United States versus South Korea. Start activated, gates drop and the marbles burst into action. First funnel, United States and South Korea neck and neck. The United States drops cleanly into funnel 2. The darker US marble pushes ahead. South Korea follows with the white marble and red detail. The United States reaches the first electric lift and drops straight into funnel 3. One step from the big plunge. South Korea dives into funnel 3 as well. The United States lines up for the water dive into the water lane. Here comes the aquatic stretch, a section that can drain the breath. From any competitor, United States drops first and grabs the lift. South Korea climbs right behind. The United States hits Sector 2 on the rails, both charging into the spiral section. The United States drops into the spiral and heads for the final stretch of the track. They lock funnel 5. United States up front. South Korea reaches funnel 5 too. A strong hit, and South Korea steals the lead. South Korea takes funnel 6. The United States counters and hits back. Takes the lead and charges into funnel 7. Only one funnel left. Both locked in funnel 7. United States drops into funnel 8. Whoever drops next advances on the board. United States takes it. South Korea fights back, but not enough to stop the United States. The United States advances on the board and moves to the quarterfinals. Next matchup on the way, Bosnia versus Brazil. And if you want to see your brand on Fubeca racetracks, send us an email and join the action. And do not forget to follow us on Instagram. Everything ready. Brazil versus Bosnia, ball released. Start. Marbles rolling. Brazil and Bosnia in funnel 1. Bosnia takes the lead and locks funnel 2. Bosnia climbs the electric lift. A 4-step advantage now. Bosnia drops cleanly into funnel 3. Descending toward the next funnel. Bosnia stays in front, one step from the plunge. A submerged track, full of challenges. This is Fubeca race. After the dive, they head straight to the bottom, and Bosnia climbs the lift. Brazil right behind. Bosnia reaches the second sector. The track with rails and tight spirals everywhere. Bosnia now heading to funnel 5. Bosnia still leading. Funnel 5 reached. Brazil arrives. Tries the physical hit, but cannot connect. Bosnia moves into funnel 6. Brazil keeps pushing, makes contact, goes side by side and reaches funnel 7. Brazil takes the lead. Brazil in control. Bosnia attacks again, but cannot make the hit. And Brazil advances to the final funnel. Decision coming! It looks like Brazil will take it. And yes, Brazil wins with a strong finish. Bosnia keeps fighting hard, but still cannot find a way past Brazil. Brazil moves forward in the championship and climbs another spot on our board. Subscribe to our channel and do not forget to leave a like to support more Fubeca race broadcasts. Brazil advances to the quarterfinals, and now we move to Argentina versus Italy on this challenging aquatic track. Everything is ready. Argentina on one side and Italy on the other, set for the start. The referee authorizes the start. The gates drop and they charge into funnel 1. Italy takes the lead with the blue marble, but Argentina reacts quickly and captures funnel 2. A close battle forms as Italy pushes toward the electric lift and climbs into sector 2. Italy drops into funnel 3 while Argentina stays tight behind, keeping the pressure on. Italy defends well, reaches funnel 4, and positions itself just before the plunge. Italy dives cleanly, reaches the bottom, and climbs the lift with great speed to hold the lead. Argentina tries to close the gap, but Italy enters the rail section and maintains control. We arrive at the spiral section, and Italy continues to lead with confidence. Italy takes control again by securing funnel 5 with precision, but Argentina arrives with great speed and closes the gap. They attempt the physical contact, and they make it. A strong neck-and-neck battle right here. Argentina pulls ahead and moves directly toward funnel 7. What an incredible move by Argentina as they dive into funnel 7. They hold the advantage. Argentina stands one step away from qualifying, but Italy strikes back, pushes inside and retakes the position. This race is extremely close and intense. Argentina drops again, but Italy secures the victory. Argentina fought hard and showed great moments, but Italy prevailed. They captured the lead several times and kept the race alive. Look at the replay details now. Italy makes the drop and stays composed. Italy was determined from the start and never gave up the fight. Italy advances on the board with confidence. Let us move to the next race. Japan versus Germany. And if you still do not follow us on Instagram, make sure to join us at Fubeca Racing. Germany and Japan on the line. Germany with the black marble, Japan with the blue one. Start activated. Marbles rolling fast. Funnel 1 in action. Japan drops first and goes to funnel 2. Germany presses tightly with strong body contact. Germany makes a clean hit, overtakes and heads to the electric lift. Germany climbs the elevator, taking control of the race. A 3-step gap forms as Germany pulls ahead on the climb. Germany enters funnel 3 while Japan stays close behind. Japan keeps tight pressure and follows Germany into the section. Germany drops cleanly and moves straight toward funnel 4. They prepare for the dive as the race builds intensity. This aquatic stretch is classic Fubeca race action. Germany climbs the elevator with good speed. Japan also begins the climb right behind. They reach sector 2 almost together, entering the rails and spiral zone neck and neck. Oh my god! Germany loses speed in the entrance, and Japan closes the gap quickly. Another power loss for Germany, and a strong hit shakes the section. Even with the problems, both arrive nearly together at funnel 5. Germany shows instability but keeps fighting hard. Germany recovers some speed and heads toward funnel 7. Japan drops in, lands solid contact, and pushes ahead. Japan reaches the final funnel first. But Germany accelerates, closes fast, they go neck and neck. And Germany takes the win. Despite all the issues, Germany pushes through and advances on the board. Japan is eliminated, and in the replay we see Germany making the drop as Japan tries to defend. Germany stays determined, breaks through, and claims a spot in the quarterfinals. We move on to the next matchup. India versus Indonesia. Time for another race. Everything is ready. Lights on. And they drop. Marbles rolling now. They enter funnel 1. Indonesia and India neck and neck. Indonesia racing in red today. India reaches the elevator first. A 4-step advantage opens now. India drops into funnel 3. Indonesia follows right behind, trying to stay close. A physical attempt, but no success. India moves into funnel 4, preparing for the dive. Indonesia also drops into the section. India dives deep into the aquatic zone, heading straight to the depths of the race. Oh my God. India struggles underwater. Let us see what happens next. Here comes Indonesia. They reactivated India on the way up. India was heavily affected and lost precious time during the lift. A costly delay, but India is back in the race now. And suddenly takes the lead again. India back in front, holding first place. Indonesia coming right behind, not letting go. India reaches funnel 5. Indonesia right with them, neck and neck at the funnel. Let us see who drops first. India descends into funnel 6. Another neck and neck battle. A very tight race, neck and neck. India holds strong so far, defending the lead with precision. India keeps control of the race for now. Indonesia drops in with a close shoulder-to-shoulder move, but India protects the position once again, heading toward funnel 8. The final funnel, and it is India. India takes the win. A strong finish secures the qualification. India advances to the quarterfinals. What an incredible race from India. They stayed ahead under heavy pressure. Even with multiple problems on the track, Indonesia pushed at all times. Check the replay. India still manages to qualify. They will face Italy in the quarterfinals. And if you want to see your brand here in Fubeca race, send us an email. We move to the next matchup. Portugal versus Russia. Lights on. Marbles rolling. Funnel 1. Portugal racing in green. Russia racing in blue. Portugal takes the lead and secures funnel 2. Russia arrives and goes shoulder to shoulder. Dropping in, and Russia overtakes, heading to the elevator. Portugal stays close, marking tightly. Just a 2-step difference now. Russia reaches funnel 3 first. Here comes Portugal. Portugal slips through and takes funnel 3. An incredible move by Portugal. Dropping down into funnel 4. A rare overtake inside funnel 3. What a moment. Portugal drops again, heading for the dive. A clean dive from Portugal, straight into the elevator section. Up they go. Russia climbs right behind. Now entering sector 2. Russia pushes forward. They arrive at the rails first. Portugal reaches the spiral rail section. Portugal moves into the final sector of the track, securing funnel 5. Russia joins them. Another shoulder-to-shoulder moment, neck and neck. Russia makes contact and slips ahead with a strong move. Heading into funnel 6, Portugal right behind, dropping in neck and neck once again. Russia holds the line, keeps the lead secure, moving toward funnel 7. Portugal closes in. Another neck and neck moment, a tight and intense battle. Portugal takes the lead. Final funnel ahead. Here comes Russia, shoulder to shoulder, neck and neck. Russia takes the win. So many neck and neck exchanges. A real battle for the lead. Russia stays firm and crosses the finish ahead. Check the replay. Russia spins perfectly and stays in front. A brilliant victory. Russia advances to face Germany. What a matchup coming next. Let's move to the next race. A full aquatic track here at Fubeca Race. Leave your comment. If your country is not in this competition, tell us below. Let us know which country you want to see in the next tournament. And now we go to the race. Funnel 1 approaching. Canada versus Mexico. Mexico takes funnel 2. Mexico racing in green. Canada racing in red. Mexico pushes ahead toward the elevator. Canada follows and reaches the elevator as well. Mexico secures funnel 3. Canada close behind. Mexico maintains the lead. Mexico drops first. Into funnel 4 they go. Mexico getting ready for the dive. Canada getting closer. Both preparing for the dive now. Mexico rises first. Canada dives and climbs right after. Both marbles enter sector 2. Heading into the rail section. Mexico stays in front as they enter the spiral section, right into the long carousel turn. Canada stays close behind. Mexico secures funnel 5. Canada follows in. Neck and neck now. Canada takes the lead, heading toward funnel 6. Mexico drops in once again. Mexico retakes the lead and moves toward funnel 7. Canada comes in fast. Drops into funnel 7. A strong hit. Canada takes the lead back. Only one funnel left. Funnel 8. Look at that moment. Mexico dives and wins the race. Advancing to the quarterfinals. Canada fought hard, but could not advance. Mexico moves forward. Check the replay details. Canada pushed strongly, but that final tap from Mexico was enough to secure the victory. Mexico reaches the quarterfinals. And Mexico will face the United States. Next matchup, Spain versus the Netherlands. Leave your comment below and drop your like as well. Spain versus the Netherlands. Spain racing with that yellow and red marble. The Netherlands in red. Spain stays ahead into funnel 2. Let's see who drops next. It is the Netherlands. The Netherlands reach the elevator first. Spain drops right after, a 4-step difference between them. Netherlands into funnel 3. And now descending toward funnel 4. Spain goes for the contact, but cannot connect. The Netherlands prepares for the dive. Spain comes right behind. They dive. The Netherlands enters the underwater rails and reaches the elevator, climbing up now. Spain also moves through the underwater rails, climbing as well. They enter sector 2, the rail section. The Netherlands is already in the spiral. The Netherlands secures funnel 5. Only 4 funnels left to finish the race. Spain arrives and closes in, makes contact. Spain takes the lead, heading into funnel 6. The Netherlands tries to recover, goes for contact again, and reaches funnel 7. The Netherlands passes, back in the lead. Spain charges one more time. The Netherlands defends well and reaches the final funnel, funnel 8. Very close to victory now. The Netherlands wins the race and qualifies for the quarterfinals. Spain fought bravely, but cannot advance. They are eliminated from the tournament. Let's move to the bracket. The Netherlands moves forward. They drop in and will face Brazil. Quarterfinals are set. 8 countries. We're the fastest so far. And 8 countries are eliminated. If you are enjoying the race, leave a like and tell us what you think about our championship. United States and Mexico. A match worth a semifinal spot. Mexico in green reaches funnel 2. The United States presses. Mexico defends well and moves to the elevator. Mexico now advances to funnel 3, approaching funnel 4 for the dive. Mexico stays in the lead. The United States keeps the pressure on. Mexico advances into funnel 4. Very close to the dive now. Mexico sets up the entry. Mexico dives into the track, heading into the underwater rails. Mexico reaches the elevator. The United States drops in 2 and takes the elevator. The United States rises toward the rail sector. Mexico remains in front. Mexico controlling the race beautifully. They reach the spiral section. Mexico approaches funnel 5. Final sector of the track. The United States arrives, makes contact, but Mexico defends well and moves to funnel 6. Still holding the lead. A tight chase as Mexico holds position. The United States follows closely. They drop into funnel 6 and pass Mexico. The United States now leads at funnel 7. Mexico closes the gap again. Goes for the contact, but cannot make it. Funnel 8 for the United States. Mexico drops in, but the United States comes down for the victory. The United States advances in the championship, in becoming our first semifinalist. Mexico had a strong race, but could not overcome the United States. They are eliminated from the championship. The United States advances as our first semifinalist. Here we go now. The Netherlands versus Brazil. Shots of the aquatic track on your screen. Tell us in the comments what you think about this track. Brazil versus the Netherlands. Brazil moves in front. Brazil racing in yellow. The Netherlands in orange. They move into funnel 2. Let us see who drops. It is Brazil. Brazil reaches the lift and climbs. Brazil heading toward funnel 3. The Netherlands almost reaching funnel 3 as well. Brazil opens a small gap. The Netherlands tries to close the distance. Brazil secures funnel 4. Getting ready for the dive. There is the dive. Brazil drops into the underwater rail section and climbs the elevator. New shots on screen. New angles. This is Fubeca race. The Netherlands now climbing up. They both reach the final sector of the track. The rail section. Brazil secures funnel 5. Brazil very close to qualifying. This race is worth a spot in the championship semi-final. Brazil in funnel 6. The Netherlands drops into 6 as well, but cannot make contact. Brazil drops again, stays in the lead. Brazil moves into funnel 7. The Netherlands comes in close, battling hard. Brazil holds firm and goes to funnel 8. The Netherlands tries to respond, but Brazil wins the race and advances to the semi-final. The Netherlands fought hard, but could not match Brazil's pace. Brazil moves forward on the board. Brazil is in the semi-final. Next matchup, Italy versus India. And if you have not visited our online store yet, check the link in the description. Get your personalized Fubeca race products, official and exclusive. Referee Lewis will authorize the start. Lights on. Marbles rolling. Italy versus India. Italy racing in blue. Italy moves into funnel 2. A tight battle in funnel 2. Italy stays ahead and heads to the lift. Italy climbs and drops into funnel 3. India reaching funnel 3. They prepare now to fight for funnel 4. Funnel 4 leads into the underwater section. Italy drops in. A deep dive. India dives as well. There they go, both rising in the lift. Into the second sector of the track. Italy showing great pace. Looking strong so far. India struggling to match Italy's rhythm. Falling behind. Italy reaches funnel 5. India arrives, makes contact, and takes the lead. India moves into funnel 6. India now in front. India storms into funnel 7. Italy loses the lead. Final stretch of the track. Italy tries to recover. India stays ahead, already dropping to the last funnel into funnel 8. India wins the race. Italy cannot hold the pace. A strong performance, but in the final stretch, Italy loses rhythm and India takes over. India secures the qualification. India moves on to the championship semi-final. And there, they will face the United States. On the other side, Germany versus Russia, a battle for the other semi-final spot. Everything is ready. Lights on and marbles rolling. Germany versus Russia. Germany racing in black. Russia in white with red details. Russia advances first, heading to the elevator. A gap of 1, 2, 3 steps now. Germany arrives at funnel 3. Russia comes right behind. Germany moves into funnel 4, holding the race under control. Germany prepares for the dive. Russia gets ready as well. Germany dives, goes straight toward the lift. Climbing now. Russia dives into the water section and climbs the elevator too. They move into the second sector of the track, the rail section. They sweep right past the fans. The crowd reacts and goes wild with excitement. Germany in front, heading into funnel 5. Russia closes in and joins at the funnel. Same funnel, both marbles in funnel 5. Close contact now. Russia surprises, passes Germany and moves into funnel 6. Germany drops again, back into the fight at 6. And Germany retakes the lead. Germany heads to funnel 7. Russia comes again with more contact. Germany defends brilliantly and goes to the last funnel. Germany wins it. Wins the race and books a place in the semi-final. Russia fought hard, but could not get past. Russia is eliminated from our championship. Germany advances and will face Brazil in the semi-final. Now we have the 4 fastest on the track. Next matchup, United States versus India. Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are already 157,000 strong. Join this community. They're off. Green light from the judge. Now it's worth a spot in the grand final. India drops first and moves into funnel 2. United States also dropping into funnel 2. India out in front. Both enter the elevator together, only 1 step separating them. They move into funnel 3. United States takes the lead. Intense battle between them, neck and neck. India retakes the lead. United States marking closely, but unable to pass. India prepares for the dive and dives, entering the deep water track. India reaches the elevator and rises fast. United States dives into the deep water as well. Coming out of the water now. Heads to the elevator, moving into the rail section. India still ahead, a small advantage for India. Closing in on funnel 5. United States arrives at funnel 5. Physical contact now, body to body. United States takes the lead and moves into funnel 6, heading for funnel 6. India drops again and takes the lead back. India moves into funnel 7. United States fighting hard. India pushing too, a fiercely contested race, neck and neck all the way. India still ahead. United States drops, fighting at the final funnel. United States wins. India battles, but cannot overcome the United States. The United States is our first finalist. Brazil and Germany enter the semi-final, and the winner will face the United States in the grand final. Everything is ready on the track for this decisive race. The United States is already guaranteed in the final. Lights are about to turn on. Lights on and the marbles are rolling. Funnel 1. Brazil in yellow, Germany in black. Brazil secures funnel 2. Germany closes in quickly and applies pressure. Brazil holds position and climbs to the elevator. A 3-step difference between them. Brazil reaches funnel 3. A spot in the grand final is on the line. The winner will face the United States. Brazil prepares for the underwater dive. Brazil crosses the submerged rails and rises smoothly through the elevator. Germany climbs as well and enters Sector 2. The track's rail section begins. They pass very close to the cheering crowd. Brazil reaches funnel 5, but Germany arrives aggressively. Germany makes contact and overtakes. Brazil felt the pressure, but drops again and fights back, side by side in funnel 6. Brazil retakes the lead, heading to funnel 7. Germany descends right after. They run neck and neck toward the final funnel. A place in the final is at stake. Brazil drops. Final confrontation. Germany finds the better trajectory. Germany is more efficient. Germany advances to the grand final. Brazil fought bravely but falls short. Germany moves forward on the board. Germany will face the United States in the final. We begin the battle for third place. A clash to decide the podium. Third place showdown. India versus Brazil. Only one will reach the podium. Third place on the line. Lights will activate any moment. And they roll! A beautiful podium photo is up for grabs. Third place at stake. Brazil drops first. Heads to the elevator. India drops now. Brazil approaching funnel 3. An incredible aquatic track today. Tell us in the comments what you think about this aquatic setup and suggest new track ideas. Leave them so we can develop new challenges. Brazil heads toward the dive, entering the submerged lane onto the underwater rails. A deep dive from Brazil, already rising on the elevator. The elevator nearly jams for Brazil. They lose precious time. This may cost them later. This delay may hurt Brazil, especially at the end. India advances. These aquatic elevators can cause trouble anytime. Funnel 5 now. Here they come. Brazil pushes forward and looks solid so far. Brazil moves into funnel 6. Brazil close to securing third place. India drops into funnel 6, but cannot catch Brazil yet. Brazil in funnel 7, strong position. India passes Brazil, right at the end. Brazil cannot hold India in the final moments. And India takes third place. Brazil misses the podium. Brazil finishes in fourth place. Now we move on to the final showdown. United States and Germany. This is for the Fubeca Cup, the official Fubeca trophy. The Golden Crown. Balls rolling. United States versus Germany in the grand final. Germany is playing in white. United States with the darker marble. United States takes the lead. Going up the elevator, Germany descends. A gap of 4 steps between them. United States moves into funnel 3. Both preparing for funnel 4. United States still in front, holding the lead. Germany pressing hard, trying to stay neck and neck with the United States. United States dives into the underwater section. Germany dives as well. Germany is a bit slower on the ascent. United States already entering Sector 2. United States grows the gap. Germany is falling behind. This is the grand final. The golden crown is on the line. Fubeca race glory. Germany initiates contact. They battle neck and neck. Germany overtakes, surprising the United States. Heading to funnel 6. United States stays close, strikes back and retakes the lead. Going into funnel 7. United States still leading. Very close to victory. Germany rises again. They battle hard. Germany holds strong. On the defense, United States stays firm. Heading into the final funnel. This is the decisive moment. The last funnel. Whoever drops first takes the Fubeca Cup. Germany drops. Germany is the champion. They claim the Fubeca trophy. There they are. Germany, the great winner. Standing proudly at the top of the board. United States fought bravely, but finishes in second place. India also fought hard, earning the third place on the podium. Germany was unstoppable. They conquered the first place, overrunning every opponent in their path. Germany, on the podium, the crowd celebrates. Thank you for watching this full Fubeca race tournament. And remember, if you want your brand appearing in our races, on the banners, or around the track, send us an email. Thank you. If you enjoyed it, leave a like, comment a lot. If you liked the aquatic track too, let me know in the comments, so we can create more content like this. Thank you for watching. Enjoy more videos on the end card. I'm signing off. See you next time.
Welcome back to another Marble Circuits friendly race here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. We have 12 teams from all around the globe competing for the prize of being the champion of this friendly race. Who do you want to win? Comment down below. As we take a look at today's track, that large turn right after the booster, the star feature of this circuit, as well as the tunnel here in Monaco. It'll definitely be an exciting race. We'll have to see which countries come out with the win and which countries have the best strategies. Will there be a major front runner for the entire race, or will there be a intense fight for the lead as we go through the entire race? We have Japan, Belgium, China, India, Brazil, France, Australia, Mexico, Vietnam, Germany, the USA, and Argentina. And we are off. Brazil already off to a bad start. Not getting started at the light as we get going into the race. And it is Belgium who comes out to lead into the booster for the first time into this wide corner. And Belgium is able to hold the lead, but China and Japan are close behind. Here comes Japan, drafting Belgium. Let's see if they can make any moves. And they do right there, taking the lead in this first lap. Now China and France and India are up there in the top 5 as well as we go through the Monaco tunnel into the second lap. Japan trying to extend their lead and get away from the rest of the pack and try to establish a front running scenario as we go up the booster yet again. Belgium and China still trying to catch up to Japan. Most of the marbles taking the drag reduction zone, the slow side. If one of these marbles are able to get into the fast lane of the drag reduction zone, it will allow them to gain at least a second on the other marbles around them as we go through the Monaco tunnel yet again. Japan still in the lead. Belgium coming in at second, Argentina in third, trying to take second place from Belgium as we go through the wide corner yet again, both in the slow end of the drag reduction zone. Through these hairpins they go, and Argentina losing a little bit of ground on Belgium. China and France, the next pack down, a couple seconds behind, fighting for fourth and fifth place as we start the fourth lap. Here comes Mexico right there, and Mexico takes the lead from France and China, now in 4th place. Can France and China take it back as we go through the drag reduction zone? No. These are the 3 closest marbles in the top 6. Japan, Argentina, and Belgium all a second apart. And then France and Mexico battling for 4th place. Japan off the end of the screen, so far ahead. As we enter the 5th lap now, there's China and Germany, Indonesia, Vietnam, Brazil, all in there in this lower end of the pack. And then Australia and the USA are bringing up the rear as we go through the booster yet again. It's still Belgium trying to catch up to Argentina, who again is trying to catch up to Japan, who has established quite a lead in this race so far. Let's see if they can hold it as we go into the next couple sections of this race. Through the Monaco tunnel yet again. China leading Germany and India, as well as Vietnam up there in 6th place. Japan, Argentina, Belgium, Mexico, France in your top 5. China trying to catch up to France, get top 5. It's going to be hard though. All these top 5 marbles are very spaced out from each other, all trying to just catch up to the next marble. They're having a hard time doing it. The pace is just so fast, these marbles can't go much faster. We're halfway through this race already as we go up the booster for the 7th time. It's Japan still in the lead, undefeated for the entirety of this race at this point. Let's see if Argentina can do anything about that. Here comes Mexico and France catching up to Belgium, and now Belgium has some problems. Let's see if they can hold off from Mexico. Japan and Argentina up there, but Belgium and Mexico fighting here in 3rd and 4th. Here comes Mexico, and they overtake for 3rd place up the booster. Can Belgium take it back? There they go through the drag reduction zone. No, that nothing happens there. As we go into these next couple of turns, now Mexico is setting their sights on Argentina. Will they be able to catch up before the end of the race? We only have 6 more laps to go before this champion will be crowned. Japan so far ahead, can't even see him. There goes Belgium back into 3rd place over Mexico, and Mexico comes right back there, a couple seconds for Belgium, but in the end Mexico comes back, and now here comes Belgium again, and they're up by Argentina as well. Will be able to pass Argentina and possibly even catch up to Japan. Japan hears the fighting in the background. That gives him all more motivation to stay in the lead, because he knows if these marbles are able to catch up, they may be able to overtake in a way he does not allow. As we go into these next couple of turns, Belgium has taken 2nd place from Argentina into the booster, and wide turn they go. Now Belgium has to catch up to Japan. He's at least 3 seconds ahead of Belgium, so it's going to be very difficult, especially because we only have 4 laps to go. Through the tunnel for Japan, and Argentina and Belgium far behind as we enter the 11th lap. Will Argentina be able to catch up? They've taken back 2nd place from Belgium. Up the booster they go. We have France and Mexico down there in 4th and 5th. China still in 6th. USA and Australia still in the rear. Not much happening in that part of the race. It's all up here in the 5th through 2nd range. Japan going through the tunnel yet again, all alone up there. Argentina and Belgium now coming as well. So we go up the booster yet again. We have 2 more laps to go. Argentina just now getting to the drag reduction zone. Japan almost already passed this entire sector, and Belgium close behind Argentina as well. Japan is doing a phenomenal job in this race at keeping the lead and staying away from any other marbles. I guess his dream is to be lapping any of the other marbles, but I don't think he'll be able to do it. USA and Australia are still pretty far ahead of Japan. As we enter the 13th lap, the penultimate lap here at this friendly race in Monaco. Can Argentina catch up to Japan? At this point, it'll take a very big mistake for Japan to lose this lead and Argentina to catch up, but you never know. It could happen in the final lap. But here comes Belgium as well, and they want some action, and they want to take second place as we enter the final lap. Japan in first place, Argentina in second, Belgium in third, France in fourth. China has taken fifth place from Mexico as we go up the booster with Argentina and Belgium, and Japan is nowhere to be seen. Where is Japan? There they are off the screen, and I think they are too far ahead for Argentina to even put a chance of winning this circuit. Let's see where Japan is. There they go, through the tunnel, across the line for the final time, and Japan will be the champion of this friendly race in Monaco. Argentina coming in at second, Belgium in third place, France in fourth, China in fifth, Mexico sixth, and Germany in seventh as we get going with the last couple of marbles here. Japan with the win. Argentina and Belgium get to sit on the podium as well, and France and China in fourth and fifth.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You can hear the Japan marble so excited on the radio about this win. They're definitely looking forward to watching the Glass Card 2022 coming soon. Now it's time for the podium ceremony. Congratulations to Japan for getting first place in this friendly race, Argentina in second, and Belgium in third place. Argentina 4.5 seconds behind Japan. That is domination out on the track. Great job to Japan.
16 marbles, 16 nations, ready for a wild ride on this insane track.
To the Fubeca Marble Run Arena. Today we have a challenging track for our competitors.
Funnels of every size, 2 electric elevators, and pure marble adrenaline. Every twist, every spiral, every drop, precision and chaos all at once. The crowd is roaring, the marbles are set, and the tension is electric. All eyes on the board, 16 countries lined up for the knockout bracket. The stage is set, this is the world-friendly cup here on Fubeca Race. A stunning top view of the board, the round of 16 is ready with the golden trophy at the center. On the left side, it's the United States against Japan. What a clash to start things off. Next up, Nigeria takes on Ecuador. Pure speed from both sides. England versus Croatia, a battle of precision and power. Closing the left side, France faces Spain. 2 marble giants collide. On the right side, Portugal against Germany, a technical showdown. Russia versus Argentina, strength meets strategy. Italy against Belgium, and finally Mexico versus Brazil. What a bracket! And now, the full board view. Look at this setup. Fubeca Race keeps evolving, bigger, faster, and louder every season. Check out those sponsor banners on the stands. Yes, your brand can be here too. Email us at fubecarous@gmail.com and be part of the next races. We open to the full track, so many banners ready for new sponsors. This arena is made for big names and big moments. Here comes the first showdown, United States versus Japan. The board is set, let the Fubeca Race begin. They're lined up in total focus on the start line. And they roll! The race is on, pure emotion in the arena. They enter the labyrinth section, tight turns and crazy zigzags ahead. The US goes into the white funnel first, the biggest one of the race. Japan takes the other path and dives into the second funnel. What a start! The United States drops first into the next funnel, taking the lead again. Japan slows down, but comes back strong. Japan takes the lead and becomes the first to reach the electric wheel elevator. A mixed section ahead, you pure tension in the crowd. Japan climbs the spiral electric elevator while the United States falls behind but tries to recover. Still plenty of track to go, with 3 huge funnels that could change everything. No gap anymore. They fight side by side through the final triple funnel section. The United States passes and retakes the lead. Japan slows down in the funnel. What a battle! The crowd goes wild in the final stretch, and the United States wins, securing a spot in the quarterfinals. Japan still trapped in the funnel. What a race! Pure drama and excitement here at Fubeca Race. Japan moves slowly down the track. Finally, Japan reaches the finish line. What a race! Follow the behind-the-scenes action on Instagram. Over 158,000 fans already cheering for Fubeca Race every week. Join us at Fubeca Race. The United States advances on the board, move by hand, waiting for their quarterfinal opponent. The board reveals the next clash, Mexico versus Brazil. The crowd is ready. And there they go. The marbles roll again. Pure excitement on the Fubeca racetrack. Wow, the marbles collided and stopped on the track. Looks like we have a track marshal intervention. Let's wait for the official decision. Here's the replay. Oh, both marbles got completely stuck.
Get ready for the restart. Brazil versus
Restart. That's the decision, and it seems fair. It's an elimination round. Only one advances from this battle. The marbles roll again. Restart activated. Collisions are always intense in this first module. Brazil enters the big funnel first. What a move! Mexico tries to make contact but misses. Then dives hard into the second funnel side by side with Brazil. Mexico pushes inside the funnel, makes the touch, and takes the lead. Now Mexico leads the race heading to the electric elevator. Mexico runs clean through Sector 2 on the rails, while Brazil stays behind trying to catch up. Here come the spiral elevators. Mexico advances toward the triple funnel section. Brazil returns with speed and makes the contact. Brazil takes the lead. Mexico fights back in the next funnel. They're body to body again in an incredible battle. Intense fight now in the last funnel. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. It's Brazil. What a finish. What a race here at Fubeca Race. An amazing run from both teams. Brazil's timing and precision secured this victory in style. Let's recap. Mexico started strong, led the elevator, but Brazil's comeback through the funnels was pure determination. A thrilling match. Classic Fubeca Race drama.
And we're off. France versus Spain in the round of 16.
France versus Spain. A true European battle on the board. Start. They roll down fast. 2 marbles, but only one will advance to the quarterfinals. Spain takes the lead and conquers the white funnel, while France comes in strong from the other side. Spain keeps the momentum and dives into funnel 2, full control. Now it's side by side, Spain and France in a tight duel. Spain climbs the elevator, smooth and steady. Spain races along the rail section, perfect balance. Up the spiral elevator, and here comes France, closing in for a head-to-head fight. Three final funnels, and only one spot for the quarterfinals. France leads the way. Spain makes contact and takes the lead. Only one funnel left for the qualification. Wow! France drops fast and the battle explodes. My goodness! France decides it. They advance to the quarterfinals. What a finish! What a race, my friends. Pure intensity, pure drama at Fubeca Race. What are you all thinking about these matchups? I'm loving every second of this championship so far.
And we're off. Germany versus Portugal in the round of 16.
Germany versus Portugal, the last battle for a quarterfinal spot. Everything's ready, total focus on the start line. And they roll, massive energy from the crowd. Here we go. Huge collision in the first module. Portugal breaks through and takes the first funnel. Germany reacts fast and dives into the funnel right after. Portugal moves into funnel 2. What a rhythm. Don't forget to follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, @Fubeca Race, for exclusive clips, replays, and behind-the-scenes action. Germany fights hard and climbs the electric elevator. Germany rides the rails in Sector 2. Smooth precision. Portugal closes in. They're side by side in the next funnel. Both marbles drop together. Only 2 funnels left to decide the winner. Portugal dives into the final funnel. My goodness, what a showdown. And Portugal takes it. They're moving on to the quarterfinals. What a performance. Speed, control, and heart all the way. If your country isn't in this championship, let me know in the comments. We might include it in future Fubeca races.
And we're off. Nigeria versus Ecuador in the round of 16.
Nigeria versus Ecuador. Everything ready for the next battle. Start triggered, and the marbles go down fast. Wow, sequential collisions right off the start. This one's going to be wild. Ecuador slides skillfully through the big funnel and heads into funnel 2. Oh god, what a master move from Nigeria, arriving and passing without hesitation. Ecuador keeps the pressure but falls behind again. Nigeria looking strong, but this final stretch has been a headache for many competitors. Ecuador moves through the rails and onto the spiral elevator. Ecuador tries to make contact, but Nigeria already dropped. Nigeria versus Ecuador, a true clash of giants. Nigeria enters the last funnel, with full focus for the finish. Ecuador drops into the penultimate funnel, trying one last move. Nigeria secures the qualification. What an incredible race! Tell us in the comments, who are you cheering for, and which country should join the next Fubeca race? And slowly, Ecuador reaches the finish line. What a brave effort! Nigeria advances, and their next opponent will be a real challenge, the United States.
And we're off. Belgium versus Italy in the round of 16.
Belgium versus Italy, another high-stakes battle ahead. Everything's ready for the start, and start! The marbles roll with hunger. This one's for a spot in the quarterfinals. Look at that banner on the stands. Yes, your brand can also be part of Fubeca Race. Email fubecaristugmail.com and advertise in future races. We're in Funnel 2 now. The battle is on. Belgium reaches the elevator first. Italy follows with a clean, precise entry. No time wasted. So tight so far, neither team gives an inch. Now it gets real. 3 final funnels will decide the winner. Wow, they're literally side by side, glued together on the drop. Italy takes the lead. Momentum swings again. Oh my goodness, what a race. Belgium takes the win and advances to the quarterfinals.
Celebrates a stunning victory here today.
Breakdown. Belgium's early elevator edge at 11:32, composure through the triple funnels, and a perfectly timed final drop outpaced Italy right at the end. Croatia versus England, racing to fill the second-to-last quarterfinal spot.
Croatia versus England. The battle begins now.
The marbles roll. This feels like a grand final atmosphere. Oh my goodness, total chaos on the track. I don't know about you fans, but I love this level of competition. Track marshals have been called in. We'll wait for their decision. Here's the replay. Those collisions were brutal. The marbles need to stay sharp through these impacts.
And it's official. The referees decide on
Restart. That's the official call. No penalties. And honestly, I think the marshals got it right, but I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments. Both marbles conquer the big funnel together. Incredible timing. England takes the lead, but not for long. Croatia makes the move and takes the lead instead. What a turnaround! Croatia advances into the final sector, the triple funnel zone. Here comes England with speed, closing the gap fast. England passes and takes the lead at the most critical moment. Oh my goodness, my heart's racing. These funnels are pure tension. Wow, this is the decisive moment of the race. England wins the race. What a finish, my friends. Absolutely thrilling. That was an unbelievable battle. Croatia pushed hard, but England's timing through the funnels made the difference. A smart, patient run from England, waiting for the right moment to strike. Croatia was fantastic in pace and control, but small details at the end decided everything. What a duel, what a story, this is Fubeca Race at its finest. Tell us in the comments, did you expect this result, and who do you think will be the next to reach the semifinals? Russia versus Argentina, and the start is on, the marbles roll down fast. Wow, what just happened here? It looks like Russia fell off the track. Oh my goodness. It went far off the course. The cameras finally found it. But how did that even happen?
Match interrupted. Referees are analyzing what happened.
They're reviewing the footage. This looks serious. Let's check the slow motion replay. Oh my goodness, that looked like a dirty move from Argentina. What do you think, fans? This could mean disqualification. Now we'll have to wait for the final decision.
The referees and match committee decided to restart the match.
That didn't seem very fair. Did they call for a restart? Fans, tell us what you think. I'm really curious to hear your opinions about this incident. Oh my goodness, did that just happen again? Replay, let's see that moment. That looked like revenge. Haha, Argentina deserved that one. Sorry, but wow. Insane, another restart has been called.
Starts the match.
And they roll again. This time it's for real. Clean descent ahead. Wow, the battle is hot. Sequential collisions everywhere. The marbles enter funnel 1, and Argentina makes a clean overtake. That's how racing should be, clean and fair competition. Russia falls behind, losing speed on the descent. Things are tight now, both marbles together in the same funnel. Penultimate funnel, both drop in at the same time. Wow, what a battle! This will be decided in the final second. Argentina wins and advances to the quarterfinals. What a race, fans! Pure chaos, drama, and redemption. This is why we love Fubeca Race. Argentina advances and will face Portugal in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are set. Only 8 giant marbles remain, fighting for the Fubeca Race trophy.
Days of the championship is at stake.
Let the quarterfinals begin. United States versus Nigeria. What a clash. Massive collision right off the start. Chaos in the first module. Nigeria leads into Funnel 2. Follow all the action on Instagram, Fubeca, for exclusive behind the scenes and replays. United States retakes the lead, full speed ahead. United States enters the final sector. Nigeria struggles behind and loses precious seconds. But these funnels are tricky. Nigeria comes back strong and takes the lead. United States recovers again. We're neck and neck heading into the final funnel. Oh my goodness, another decision in the final funnel. What a track, what a battle. Nigeria wins and advances to the semifinals. The United States says goodbye to the tournament here.
Won the competition and advanced to the next stage of the Fubeca Race Championship.
Nigeria becomes the first semifinalist of the tournament. What a powerful run.
Belgium versus Brazil. A spot.
Belgium versus Brazil. Who will join the semifinals? Are you ready? Go, go, the race is on. And remember, your brand can be part of this excitement too. Email fubeca@ugmail.com and advertise during our next events. First funnel, all marbles rolling in together. Funnel 2, side by side, neck and neck. Brazil drops and takes the wheel elevator first. Incredible precision and control. Let's take a quick look back at how these quarterfinals were built. A bracket full of drama, collisions, and pure marble mastery. From the group stages to the last turn, each country earned its place through skill and timing, and now only the best of the best remain. Nigeria, Argentina, Portugal, Brazil, Belgium, England, France, and Croatia. 8 nations, one dream, the Fubeca Race Trophy. Brazil takes the lead in the final funnel, but Belgium is right there, marking every move. Wow, so close. Belgium almost made contact and could have changed everything, but Brazil holds on and advances to the semifinals.
Fubeca Race Championship.
Belgium finishes the race, but it's too late. Brazil advances. The crowd is going wild with joy. What a moment for the Brazilian fans here at Fubeca Race.
France versus England. Qualifying for the next stage of the championship.
England versus France. This one's for a semi-final spot. Go! The marbles roll down. Collision is inevitable at this stage. England drops first into the funnel, and France follows right behind. England leads and moves into the next funnel, totally determined to win this one. Quick reminder, fans, new races every Saturday. Subscribe now for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes videos. We'll also post this race without narration or sound effects for those who love to hear the pure sound of the marbles rolling. England takes the lead and enters the final funnel sector. France arrives and shows it's still in this race, not giving up at all. Don't forget to join our YouTube community polls and help decide the next races you want to see. France enters the last funnel. This is it. Who's going to win? Wow, that was close. England drops into the final funnel too. Incredible. What a finish. England wins and advances to the semi-finals. What an amazing race, fans. Drop your comments. We love hearing your reactions. Now it's time for the last semi-final spot. Will it be Argentina or Portugal? England, Nigeria, and Brazil are already through.
The championship.
Fasten your seatbelts. Let's race, marbles. This one decides who goes to the semifinals. Wow, what a view of the track. Absolutely stunning. Tight race in funnel 1, neck and neck. Argentina leads through funnel 2, showing strength and precision. Argentina takes the wheel elevator first. Portugal climbs the elevator right behind, trying not to lose sight of Argentina. Every second counts now. Oh my goodness, Argentina gets stuck on the elevator, but wait, Portugal might be able to help. Whew, that's exactly what happened. Portugal gives the push, but Argentina loses precious time. What a crazy race. Everything happens here at Fubeca Race. Argentina stays ahead despite all the setbacks. Pure resilience. Wow, what a beautiful dance between these marbles. So smooth. Argentina drops first, followed closely by Portugal into the final funnel. It's all or nothing now. Oh my goodness, Portugal takes the win and secures the last semifinal spot. What heartbreak for Argentina after that elevator delay. Let's break down how this incredible semifinal lineup came together. 4 nations that survived chaos, collisions, and pure marble madness. From early dominance to comeback stories, these semifinalists have shown precision, speed, and heart all the way. Your semifinalists are Nigeria, Brazil, England, and Portugal, each chasing the Fubeca Race Trophy in style. And we're off, Nigeria versus England, a fierce battle for the first spot in the grand final. Remember, your brand can be here too. Sponsor Fubeca Race and appear in our next events. Email fubecarusugmail.com to join. England takes the lead and secures funnel 2. Nigeria arrives to the party as well. It's getting intense. Nigeria climbs the wheel elevator and moves to the rail sector. Now reaching the spiral elevator, momentum keeps building on this electric semi-final. A fierce fight in the final section of the track. Support the channel, join our membership community. We've got exclusive lives and extra videos just for you. Nigeria makes contact and takes the lead. One final funnel to go. England drops right behind. The race will be decided in the tiniest details.
Congratulations.
Wow, England takes it and becomes the first finalist of our championship.
Fubeca Race Championship.
Don't miss the grand finale. Follow Jeff Fubecaris on Instagram for behind the scenes. Visit fubecaris.com for full rankings and subscribe on YouTube for both English and Portuguese channels. See you in the next race. This is Fubeca Race. Portugal versus Brazil, a battle between brothers. I love both of these countries, but only one can reach the final. Start authorized. This is it. Only one will move on. Battle in the first funnel. This race is heating up fast. Now both enter funnel 2 side by side. Portugal takes the lead through the rail sector. Smooth and fast. Brazil follows closely. The final funnel fight is coming. Brazil catches up. Only 3 funnels remain. Brazil makes the pass and takes the lead. What a turnaround. Portugal and Brazil together in the penultimate funnel. Portugal drops first into the last one. Brazil drops right after. Here we go, this decides it. Brazil, it's yours. You're going to the final. What an incredible performance. Portugal fought bravely till the end. What an incredible championship so far. Our grand finalists, England and Brazil, have shown pure precision, passion, and control on every turn. 2 nations, 1 dream, to lift the Fubeca Race Trophy.
Grand finalists, applause for them.
Now it's time for the battle for 3rd place. This still means a photo on the podium. It matters. Nigeria versus Portugal. And they're off, rolling with skill and confidence.
Before we move to the final showdown, we remind all fans in the stands, please keep the area.
Beautiful shot of the big funnel. I just love this view.
Energy makes this championship unforgettable.
Portugal takes the lead now.
The arena and for each team. And now, get ready for the grand final.
They're dancing through funnel 2. Pure rhythm.
The clash for the ultimate glory begins.
Nigeria climbs first to the wheel elevator. Moving fast through the rail sector. Portugal shortens the distance. This battle isn't over yet. And Portugal makes contact. It's funnel 3 now. What an engaging fight between these 2 marbles. Portugal moves ahead, calm and confident. Portugal avoids contact, keeps control, and drops into the last funnel. Perfect racecraft from start to finish. Portugal wins the bronze, a flawless performance and a well-deserved place on the podium.
They won and secured 3rd place.
Now it's the grand final. Grab your popcorn and hold your breath. This showdown between these 2 nations is going to be epic. I absolutely love this track design. It looks stunning, and those country marbles are pure charm. Get ready, tension is in the air. And we're off. Strong collisions right from the start. And no surprise, this is the final. Congratulations to both for making it this far. Total respect. England defines the lead and takes funnel 2. They drop fast and show strength. Both teams have been incredibly efficient all tournament long, handling pressure, mastering funnels, and proving why they deserve this stage. Brazil takes the lead and moves into Sector 2. England right behind, breathing down the track. Brazil conquers the final funnel sector, and that's where everything can change. We've seen legendary comebacks right there. Brazil versus England. What a grand finale, my friends. England passes and leads through the penultimate funnel. Brazil drops right behind. They're neck and neck again. Wow, oh my goodness. Brazil takes the lead again, and this is unbelievable. England pushes forward. It's down to the tiniest detail now. Incredible! England wins and takes the Fubeca race trophy home. Brazil was a true warrior. What a heart, what a performance. Honestly, both deserve the trophy for their passion and commitment. I absolutely loved this. What an epic tournament. Comment below if you enjoyed it too. The crowd packed the stadium, and even the VIP zone couldn't hold everyone. Now it's official. England is the grand champion and the star of this season's race. A well-deserved victory, full of respect and glory.
England. A round of applause for an incredible performance. Brazil takes second place.
They take home that beautiful golden trophy.
And in third place,
And here's the podium. Third place, Portugal second place, Brazil first place. England.
unforgettable moments.
What a season. What emotions. What a crowd. Tell us in the comments which moment was your favorite and who you'll be cheering for next season. Don't miss our latest video on the end card. And remember, new races every Saturday here on Fubeca Race. Thank you all, marble fans around the world. Follow me, Fubecaris, on Instagram. Visit nofubecaris.com and keep rolling with us. This is Fubeca Race.
Hello and welcome to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'll be providing live commentary for this event. We have 25 Freak Marbles competing in today's races, which you can buy at your local store. Try to collect them all. And if you need more information, go to the links down in the description. We have our first group of marbles coming up on the screen here, each with their respective stats on the right side of your screen. And the bottom marble of each round in this video will be eliminated and not make it on to the next round. Here are all the contestants of today's video, each freak marble. And be sure to pick a favorite and watch them as we go along through this season. First off, we have Swift Claws, Ghost, Shadow, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's Piggly by quite a large margin through these traffic cones. And here comes Ghost. And Ghost takes first place. Can Piggly take it back through these hairpins? I am not sure. Piggly having a little bit of trouble on these traffic cones. Ghost trying to run away with it through the tunnel. And through more traffic cones, here comes Swift Claws trying to put some pressure on Piggly, but we only have a couple more turns to go. Can Swift Claws take second place here? No, they get caught up on one of those traffic cones, and Piggly is trying to stay away. Ghost, though, so far ahead. He's just bypassing most of these traffic cones, and I think he's going to be the winner of this first round. And there goes Ghost in first place. Piggly coming in at second. Swiftclaw in third. Sneaky comes out in fourth. And Shadow will be in fifth and will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have the second round of this qualifying. We have B-Bug, Godsey, Peapod, Flamefighter, and Fury. You can see each marble comes with their own little body that you can stick the marble into to make them all more lively. As we take a look at all the individual stats for each of these marbles, you can see we have weight, size, defense, attack, and health stats. Each one of these stats helps them in a different way in these races. And we are off with qualifying 2. Who comes out first? It's Flame Fighter being followed by Godzi and Peapod as we go through these traffic cones once again. Peapod now comes out in the lead and is extending it by quite a bit. Flame Fighter falling down a little bit here, but there he goes, trying to take the lead back, and he is able to. Here comes Fury now, trying to pressure Flame Fighter. As we go through these traffic cones once again, Peapod takes second place once again. And there goes Fury into third place over Godzi. Peapod trying to catch up to Flame Fighter. We only have one more turn to go. Can Peapod take the lead in this final turn? It's not looking like it. Flame Fighter straight through the S-curves with no problem, and Flame Fighter will be the champion of the second qualifying. Peapod coming in at second, and Godzi in third place. Fury coming in at fourth, the last qualifying spot of this group. B-Bug, unfortunately, getting eliminated from this event. Next up we have Sentinel, Monster Eye, Tuffy, Night Watchman, and Baby Bug. Here's Baby Bug. It's also cool because you can see all the different little costumes for each one of these marbles in these stats. So you can pick out your favorite, or just root for the marble that you currently have in your collection. Tuffy looking very tough here. Can he take the win in this round? We're about to find out. And it is Night Watchman who comes out first, but Tuffy comes out to the lead already early in this race. Night Watchman trying to come up from behind, but Monster Eye is putting some pressure on him as we go through this next hairpin. Can Sentinel come out into third? Yes, he does. Now Night Watchman is stuck on the track, and Night Watchman will DNF. And that's a good sigh of relief for the rest of these marbles, because they get guaranteed advancement. Now it's all for bragging rights. Who can come out first in this group? Obviously, it will be Tuffy, so far ahead of the rest of these marbles. Into the final spot, and Tuffy comes out with the win. Probably 10 seconds ahead of second place, who is Monster Eye. And who comes out next? Baby Bug, and then Sentinel. So Night Watchman will be eliminated along with B-Bug and Shadow. We have 2 more marbles to eliminate in 2 more rounds. Which ones will it be? In the next group, we have Golem, a gold robot-type marble, Jelly Eye, a very large-eyed alien. And then we have Johnny the Bull, and that pretty much sums it up very well. And Calaverita. Of course, we also have Martian, with 3 eyes and 2 teeth. And we are off through the traffic cones, and who comes out first? It's Martian, being followed by Golem and Jelly Eye through these traffic cones that almost act like a Plinko section. And it is Martian who's still able to secure his lead here. Golem trying to catch up, but it's very difficult to catch up when a marble gets a very large lead on this track. Here comes Johnny the Bull, though, charging his way up, trying to catch up to Martian. Can his brute force be enough to take the lead here in this race? So close to Martian, who seems to be using his alien abilities to get just enough ahead of Johnny the Bull. But there goes Johnny the Bull here, and Johnny takes the lead in the final turn. Can he keep it through this final section? Yes, Johnny the Bull comes in at first. Martian loses out in the final turn. Calaverita in third, Jelly Eye in fourth, and Golem DNFing. He will be eliminated from this tournament. Now for the final qualifying, 5 more marbles left to go, and only 4 will make it to the next video. We have Mimi, which looks like a blue cat. We have Allie, another alien. Let's see if this alien can do better than the last alien in the last group. Next up we have Botbox and Frosty. And last but not least, Lara, a spider with some cute eyes. In the final race of the day, and we're off through the traffic cones. Who comes out in the lead through this first turn. It's Mimi with all her cute powers coming out to the max here. Here comes Botbox, though. He takes the lead through the second turn, but Mimi comes out with a large lead here. Can she hold it for the rest of this race? Here comes Lara, and she takes the lead. As we go through these next couple of turns, Allie in third place. Can Mimi take the lead from Lara? Through the hairpins, it's Lara who's still in the lead. Mimi trying to come up, but she loses out to Allie here, who now is putting her sights on Lara. Through the final turn, can Allie take the lead? Yes, he does. Here comes Mimi, though, but no, Mimi will not be able to get into first place. Allie comes out with first, Mimi in second, Frosty in third, but we had a large jam here. Lara was the last marble and the farthest away from the finish line, so she will be eliminated from this tournament. Hello and welcome back to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, providing commentary once again for this event. Today we have the semifinals with the remaining 20 marbles that have made it from the previous video. In the first group, we have Swift Claws, we have Sneaky. You can see their stats over on the right side. We have Flame Fighter up next, and then we have Fantissima, and of course, our final one of this group, Higley. Here is the bracket system for this event. We have each quarterfinal, and then 2 marbles from each quarterfinal will make it to the semifinal. And the top 2 marbles from each semifinal will make it to the final match. And we are off. It is Fantissima coming out first, but who's that in the lead now? It's Swiftclaw being followed by Sneaky, but look at that lead that Swiftclaw's made already in these first couple of turns. Sneaky coming in at second, Higley in third, Flame Fighter and Phantasma having a hard time there in the back of the pack. And Flame Fighter is stuck. He will DNF in this quarterfinal. The Swift Claws swift through these final couple of turns. And he is not being threatened by any other marble. Easily taking the win in this first quarterfinal. Sneaky coming in at second, Higley in third, and Flame Fighter will be eliminated. Unfortunately, being stuck on the track. So the top 4 will make it to the first quarterfinal. Next up, we have Group 2. We have Fury, Godzi, Peapod, Monsteron, and Tuffy. And the second group is about to start, and we are off. Who comes out first this time? It is Peapod. Godzi coming in at second, Fury in third as we go through these first couple of turns. Peapod trying to extend his lead like we saw with Swiftclaw in the previous race. But Peapod isn't able to make such a lead like in the previous race. Actually, he loses it there to Fury, who comes out in the lead. Through these traffic cones, and Fury is stuck on the track, but she is able to get going again. Getting pushed by a couple other marbles, and now it's Godzi in the lead. Peapod, Fury, and Tuffy out there in second through fourth. And where is Monster Eye? Not sure if he's DNF'd, but Godzi will come in first. Fury in second, and Tuffy barely taking out third over Peapod at the last second. Monster Eye will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have Group 3. We have Jelly-Eye. Looks to be a relative of Monster Eye. Palavrita. Baby Bug, Sentinel, Martian. Can Jelly Eye do better than Monster Eye in the previous race? We're about to find out right now. He's in second place trying to overtake Sentinel, but he's struggling, fighting with Martian and Babybug. Sentinel making a lead for himself early in this race, like we saw Swiftclaw in the first race, but Jelly Eye and Martian are now getting close behind, threatening for the lead here, but no, Sentinel's still able to hold the lead. But there he goes, getting stuck, and Sentinel will DNF. And now it's Calaverita, and now Jelly Eye in the lead. Unfortunate for Sentinel. As we go through these final couple of turns, Jelly Eye redeeming the Family Eye name, and he will win this match. Calaverita coming in at second, Martian in third. And will Babybug finish? Yes, she does not DNF. And that's all she needed to do to qualify to the quarterfinals. Next up, Group 4. And the competitors for Group 4, we have Ali, Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. Final match of the group stage, and we are off. It's Johnny the Bull who comes out first, but here comes Botbox, and he takes lead through the first turn. Through the Plinko cones they go. Botbox still able to hold the lead. Frosty, though, coming up close behind, pressuring for that first place. And while winning is important in these group stages, it's not as important as staying out of last place, and Ali is doing a terrible job at that. He's going to DNF. And that's a guaranteed advancement for the rest of these marbles. But Botbox still wants to win this race. But there goes Frosty into the lead. Johnny the Bull close behind as well. And Mimi is in there in fourth place. And there goes Mimi over Johnny the Bull for fourth. Botbox will be the winner of this match. Who comes in second? It's Johnny the Bull, Mimi, and Frosty coming in at third and fourth. And Ali will be eliminated. So now all the competitors for each quarterfinal have been determined, and it is ready for the final video where we'll have all quarterfinals. Hello and welcome to the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, providing commentary once again. We have 16 marbles remaining, and only one will be crowned champion at the end of this event. And we have 4 quarterfinals, which will go down to 2 semifinals and then the final. And in the first quarterfinal, we have these 4 marbles on your screen right now. Here is the bracket system for the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship. You can see each quarterfinal, 2 from each will go up to the semifinals, and then 2 from each of those will go to the final. Now for the first quarterfinal, we have Swiftclaw, Phantasma, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off. Phantasma coming out in the lead. And all these marbles are just trying to stay in the top 2 spots. Piggly takes the lead into the 4th corner. Phantasma having some trouble through these cones, and there goes Swiftclaw in the 2nd place. Piggly almost getting stuck right there. We have seen marbles get stuck on those cones before in previous videos. All these marbles seem to be able to get out of there quick though. Piggly able to hold the lead. Swiftclaw securely in 2nd, and Sneaky and Phantasma looks like they're not going to be able to qualify. Piggly in 1st, Swiftclaw in 2nd, and that's all we needed to know. Sneaky and Phantasma will be eliminated from this event. Swiftclaw and Piggly into semifinal A. Now time for quarterfinal B. We have Fury. Godzi. Peapod. Tuffy. All in this second quarterfinal. Only 2 will make it to the semifinals. And right now, it's Fury in the lead, being followed by Godzi. Tuffy and Peapod are close behind, though. And there goes Peapod. Or not Peapod, that's Tuffy. Up there in the second place. Godzi has a major mess up there. And there goes Peapod from last to first. Fighting with Fury and Tuffy for that lead position. There goes Tuffy into first place. And Fury almost getting stuck on that cone. She's able to dislodge herself. And now Peapod has retaken the lead. Only one more hairpin turn. Can Peapod hold it for the rest of the race? It's looking like it. Here comes Godzi. He breaks away from the other 2 marbles. And that will secure his advancement along with Peapod. And that will eliminate Fury and Tuffy. So Piggly and Swiftclaws will go up against Peapod and Godzi in semifinal A. Now it's time for quarterfinal C. We have Jelly Eye, Calvarita, Baby Bug, and Martian. And we are off. It's Baby Bug who comes out to the lead. Can any of these other marbles take it in these first couple of turns? It's not looking like it. Maybe Martian here. Trying to put some pressure on Baby Bug, but he has a hard time there. He loses some speed, but so does Baby Bug. And now they're neck and neck once again. Calabrita and Jelly Eye trying to keep up. And there is the move by Martian in the first place. And now Baby Bug has to stay in second or higher if she wants to advance. But there's Calabrita, and he DNFs. So now Jelly Eye only has 1 marble to pass in order to qualify. And Martian so far ahead, no doubt he'll qualify. But Baby Bug is quite a bit ahead of Jelly Eye, and she will advance as well. Jelly Eye and Calabrita will be eliminated from this tournament. Calabrita getting DNF'd. Unfortunate. Next up, we have quarterfinal D with 4 marbles, and each will get their own time here in a second, with each of their stats on the right side. First up, we have Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. And we are off for the final quarterfinal of this event. Mimi comes out with a lot of speed through these first couple of turns. Johnny the Bull in second, but he has a major stall there on one of those cones, and that allows Frosty to take second place. Through the cones they go. Mimi already through the tunnel. And Johnny the Bull and Frosty battling for second place. And Mimi is stuck on the cone like we've seen before. Will she get dislodged? Yes, by Johnny the Bull. And now her lead is gone. Johnny the Bull so close behind. Can he take first place here in these final couple of turns? Even if Johnny the Bull does take first place, Mimi will still qualify because Frosty and Botbox are so far behind. Mimi takes it back at the last second. Johnny the Bull in second place. Those 2 marbles will qualify to the semifinals, and Frosty and Botbox will be eliminated. So Baby Bug and Martian will go up against Mimi and Johnny the Bull in semifinal B. Now it's time for the first semifinal of this event. Swiftclaw, Godzi, Peapod, and Piggly, and we are off. It is Peapod who comes out the lead first. Godzi in second. Look at that lead by Peapod already. so early in this race. And there goes Swiftclaw in second place. Peapod now almost losing out there to Piggly, who's in second place. These cones are very difficult for some of these marbles to maneuver around. It really stops your speed. And Piggly is stuck on the track, but she is able to get out, but not at the cost. Swiftclaw will come out and DNF. So now Godzi really feels the pressure to pass Piggly here if he wants to qualify. Peapod, though, so far ahead. And Peapod will for sure qualify. But who will come in at second? Here comes Piggly, and Piggly will come in at second. So Peapod and Piggly will advance to the final round of this tournament. Godzi and Swiftclaw will DNF. Who will go against Peapod and Piggly out of the final 4 marbles in this second semifinal? And we're off. Mimi, Johnny the Bull, Martian, and Baby Bug. It is Johnny the Martian who comes out first. Johnny the Bull fighting with Baby Bug. But there is a good move by Johnny the Bull on the right side, and he takes the lead there, and now is gaining a small lead because Baby Bug and Martian had a little bit of trouble on some of these cones. And where is Mimi? She's so far behind, if not DNF'd. She's not even on the screen. Baby Bug has now taken the lead. And who's this? Martian has DNF'd as well, which means Johnny the Bull and Baby Bug guaranteed will advance to the final round of this tournament. This is the first time we've had 2 DNFs in one race here at the Freak Marbles Championship. Who come in first, though? It will be Johnny the Bull. Baby Bug in second, and she's happy with that. Martian DNF'd on one cone, and Mimi DNF'd on another. It is now time for the final round of the Freak Marbles Championship. Peapod, Piggly, Johnny the Bull, and Baby Bug, who come out on top and be the champion of this tournament. And the final round has started. It's Baby Bug who comes out in the lead. Johnny Bull in second. Peapod trying to take second from Johnny the Bull, and he is able to, but Baby Bug is letting them fight and just getting as far away from them as possible. Piggly in last place, having a hard time staying with the rest of the pack. Peapod and Johnny the Bull still fighting there for second place. Baby Bug running away with it at this point. Can Johnny the Bull make the difference here? No, he gets stuck up on those cones. And Baby Bug still has a significant lead here. We may have a full sweep for this final round. Can Baby Bug make it to the end? Here comes Peapod. Can he take the lead here? Do the final couple of turns. There goes Baby Bug, and Baby Bug will be the champion of the Freak Marbles Championship here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Johnny the Bull getting the silver, Piggly with the bronze, and Peapod DNFing right before the finish line. An unfortunate finish for Peapod. But still, he did get 4th place and is able to say that he was in the finals of the Freak Marbles Championship. Congratulations to our podium sitters. Baby Bug coming in first, Johnny the Bull in second, and Piggly in 3rd place. Don't forget to like and subscribe, purchase Freak Marbles at your local store so you can collect and trade. And we'll see you in the next Fubeca's Marble Runs. And now I can give you the official welcome to Event 1 of the Quadrilla World Cup, the Dribble to the Goal event. How this event will work, we'll have marbles going down the Quadrilla track, down to the soccer field, and then they'll have to try to get through the line of goalies down into the goals. And if you get into the goals, that will give you more points than if you do not go in the goals. You still get points if you don't go in the goals, but the goal is to get into the goal. So we'll have to see how these marbles do, what strategies these marbles will take to get through the goalies and actually score the goal in this tournament. Let's talk a little statistics here. We have 4 countries that have not competed in the Hophead Quadrilla tournament before, and those countries are Qatar, Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So those are the 4 countries that you want to keep your eye on and see how they do in this tournament. And we also, of course, want to keep our eye on the other 16 teams competing. But they have had some experience in this type of tournament before. So we'll have to see how the 4 new rookie teams are going to do in this tournament. Fans are excited, all in the respective fan groups for each country. You can see China there, Switzerland, Portugal, Argentina. They're all there, all waiting for the start of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated. The bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for event 1, the dribble to the goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan, but it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams. That would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. A time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there, all 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated, and that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. And they are off. China having a rough start, all the way down in last place, and everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, 2 rivals. Let's see who gets out first, and it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged, and Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points in advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points, and Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time. And Mexico and Brazil were the first 2 down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal. And if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C. India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India. And India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it. But there goes Switzerland. They get the first score. And then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore. And that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to the semifinals of this tournament. You see there, Netherlands and India fighting in that funnel. Before they can get out, there goes Portugal and Switzerland, as well as for the USA. And they overtook India for first place, and that's ultimately what caused their problems, and they were eliminated. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel, but the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany, and there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points, but there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points. Barely, because Philippines also had 2 points, but they were there first. And then, of course, Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route, but that only scored them 2 points, and then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. The Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th. All the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event. And in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, so we'll only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A. Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having a 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. The Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. The United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting 3rd place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the one for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting second place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting first place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at second, and Portugal in third place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting first finish of the final, as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm glad to welcome you to the second event of this tournament. In the last event, in the United Kingdom won, getting first place, Qatar coming in close at second, and Portugal in third place. How will these three teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time, and the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, we have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for event 2 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, race to the goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal till we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire plinko section, but since then, they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time, but here comes Vietnam, and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but they got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there. And Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but it's being followed very closely by two other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other two marbles, and Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B. Now it's time for Group D. Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off. And it is Italy who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina's still lagging behind. And it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up. And it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy. Then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong, and they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals after we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go. And Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second. And who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Let's take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that Plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first. But I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals, but then China was able to get out of that catching device first. but I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. And Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going out for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth. And Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the Plinko section. Very surprising. Unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there, Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hape Toys. We have 6 marbles, 3 of which get to sit on the podium, 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead. But here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead. But here comes Mexico. And they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the Plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It's Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback. in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it'll definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe website using the discount code Hoppe Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to this final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple: get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, Shoot for the Goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there, but here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your 3 marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the 3rd and 4th, or if no marbles score, it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal, so that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside, some ruthless play by Indonesia, and then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B: Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. We're going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry of the after that section into that little block element, and the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them the win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C, the Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead. Two rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, and they miss a goal. And here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D, China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No, he misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down. Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So luck of the draw for Canada. And unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. And make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but will still advance to Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time it's the bottom three who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hape Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. Alright, here we go. There's Portugal. And then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully you don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. Nobody else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles hitting the bell, and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China, and no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to know that these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. They'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. Very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. And you can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3. Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6. Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place at the end of Event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead, the home of Fubeca's marble runs, being followed very closely by China and then the USA in third place. Three powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code HOPAMarbleRun to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament. And if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hoppe Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal. We'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in third place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over second place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina. Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in second because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the 2 quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they 3 will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little Plinko section and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate. Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go through the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the 2 other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the Plinko with ease. And Indonesia, no, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. they had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it is Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So three marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship because there's only 1 event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they're slowed down in that spiral section. As you go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the plinko they go, no score so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little bit different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. All of them but India had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field. But they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. Luckily for these marbles, it is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for the USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. We'll see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score. But France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting fourth, Brazil in fifth, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. See, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are, France in first, 25 points, Argentina in second with 20, Canada in third, 18, and the USA, even though they did DNF in the last event, still get 6th, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal, so that is the tiebreaker. They're in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hoppe's packaging that the track comes in, that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hoppe Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hoppe store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament. And I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. We get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico in the lead, being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who will come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And then Mexico in third place, so Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round, that's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. They still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the Quadrilla Marble Run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Group B, Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the Quadrilla Marble Run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in 3rd? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the Quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel, and we're about to get to the orange funnels now, and this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well, and Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels, and I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid, and looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in second, and Germany will take third. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the 3 marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only 3 will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the 3rd place in the overall points. They're in 2nd place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to lead, the United Kingdom coming in at 2nd, and Vietnam in 3rd, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in 1st place. Indonesia in 2nd, who will come out in 3rd. Here comes the USA. No problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These 2 marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to 2nd place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. Unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take 1st place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. And France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you can take And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? You're going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top three have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your three remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left. 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. Here we go. Final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels, but they are able to get through it clean, being followed by Germany, and now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first. They are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second. Germany in third. Italy fourth. Canada fifth. And Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race. But they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event, a good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China, Brazil, and the USA all not making it to the final. Not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final, especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium, but we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event, and now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. You see where the USA is, they get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of USA. But Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event. And China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hot Bay Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs. Hello and welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs for our New Year's special marble race tournament. We have our marble track laid out for us with lots of funnels, a staircase, and lots of racing to come. We have 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. And we'll start off with Group A, China, Iceland, the UK, and Indonesia. And they are off into the first funnel they go. It is China in lead, being followed by the United Kingdom. And Iceland is in there as well. Indonesia is having a hard time getting out that first white funnel, and China gets into the first stairs. Into the second stairs they go, and it is United Kingdom in second place, Iceland in third, China still leading the pack as we get into the first yellow funnels. And let's see if the United Kingdom can catch up, possibly even do an overtake on China. And there goes China into the second yellow funnel. Here comes the United Kingdom. No overpasses yet, and we're running out of track for the United Kingdom to overpass for the lead. Only the top 2 marbles advance to the next round, and China is sealing the deal for them to advance. Here comes the United Kingdom, and a hard hit there, but they aren't able to do anything to China, and now China's in the final funnel. And China will be the first marble to advance out of Group A. And now all the other marbles are in almost the final funnel. And the United Kingdom is having a really hard time getting there. Here they come, and Iceland comes out over Indonesia at the last second. A very close finish. The United Kingdom comes in at last after being in second for the whole race. So China and Iceland will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B, Portugal, India, France, and Japan. And they're off, and it is Portugal who comes out to lead quick through that first white funnel, and now they're all in this orange funnel, and we got 2 marbles kind of doing a dance of sorts. I believe that was France and Japan, or India. And it is Japan in the lead, being followed by Portugal as we go up the staircases, and France in third place. Here comes Japan out of the staircase first, and Portugal comes in at second into the yellow funnels, and France and India close behind, but it is India who looks like they're in the lead. No, that's Japan as we go into the second yellow funnel. Portugal comes in at second, India third, France in fourth as we go around the second yellow funnel. Japan still in lead as we go into these rails into the blue funnel. The blue funnel is a slower speed funnel. And here comes Portugal and a hit from them. And now we got India, and India's in the lead as we go into the final funnel. We have 3 other marbles who still need to advance. And there goes Japan, and they advance past India in this final yellow funnel. Now it's a race between Portugal and India. India comes out first, and it will be Japan and India who will advance to the semifinals. And Portugal and France will be eliminated. So Japan and India will face off versus China and Iceland in semifinal A. And now it's time for Group C. We have the USA, Vietnam, Pakistan, and Argentina in Group C. Only 2 of them will make it past this round. Which 2 will advance? And it is Vietnam and the USA coming out to lead, but here comes Argentina, and they overpass for lead in there in the stairs first. Who comes out second? It's the USA, being followed by Pakistan and then Vietnam. As we go into the second staircase, it is Argentina who is still in the lead. Argentina now entering the first yellow funnel. USA coming up quite a few stairs behind. Here comes Pakistan and Vietnam very close behind as well. We go into the yellow funnel, and Argentina is still able to hold lead, but after that, things may start to change. Who comes out second? It's Vietnam, who has come up into second from last place. USA is in third, Pakistan in fourth as we go into the second yellow funnel, and Vietnam is pressuring for first place, but they aren't able to make any moves. Argentina still in first as we go into the second to last funnel. Vietnam trying so hard to get into that hole before Argentina, and there's a hit from the USA as well. And the USA is able to get to the last funnel. Here comes Argentina as well. Let's see if they can get finish before Pakistan does. There goes Pakistan. Pakistan will advance, and Vietnam is up there as well, but the USA will come in at second and they will advance along with Pakistan. Argentina and Vietnam will be eliminated from this tournament. So the USA and Pakistan in semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D: Brazil, Switzerland, Mexico, and Spain. And they're off through the Plinko into the white funnel they go. And it is Spain who comes out to lead, but they're all neck and neck in this first orange funnel. Mexico comes out first as we go into the stairs. Spain in second, Brazil in third, and Switzerland will be finishing off the rest. But I think they are going to DNF. They haven't entered the stairs yet. They might be stuck underneath that funnel. We'll have to see as we get farther in this race if we get a glimpse of Switzerland or if they're out of this race. And it is Mexico who is in the lead, being followed by Brazil and Spain. One of these marbles will be eliminated. Which one will it be right now? Spain is in last place outside of Switzerland, who is still stuck under that funnel. So this is a very high-stake race. Only one of these marbles will be eliminated, and Brazil and Spain are fighting for the one spot. Mexico way in the lead. And I think they will be able to finish comfortably in first place. Brazil exiting the blue funnel. Now try to get out of the final yellow funnel before Spain catches up. Will they be able to do it? It looks like it, and they will. So it will be Mexico and Brazil who will advance to the semifinals, and Spain will be eliminated, and Switzerland, as a DNF, they will be eliminated as well. Definitely a bad performance by them. We have seen marbles get stuck underneath funnels like this before, but we haven't seen it in a while. See, they're still stuck under that funnel. So Brazil and Mexico will go up against Pakistan in the USA in semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. We have China, we have Iceland, we have Japan, and we have India. And they're off through the Plinko they go, and it is India who comes out to lead into the first orange funnel. They go all neck and neck, and this is really where they start to separate as we go into this stairs section. And we have Iceland getting a little bit stuck underneath that funnel, but they were able to get dislodged by India, and they're all one step apart as we go up the staircase. Let's see if anybody can gain any ground in this little short section. No, they don't, so it is still all Iceland, India, China, and Japan in the respective places as we exit the staircase. Really, really close match. As we go into the first yellow funnel, it is Iceland who comes out first, being followed by India, and then China and Japan, still all in the same places. Let's see if there can be any moves made as we go into the second yellow funnel. Still Iceland in the lead, but China's pressuring for second. Will they be able to do it? Yes, they do. And now they're in second place in the advancement spot, being followed very closely by India as we go into the blue funnel, and Japan is way behind. And here comes Japan. China exits as well as Japan. They might be able to advance and eliminate India and Iceland. Here comes India and Iceland, though. Japan and China will advance, eliminating India and Iceland. So close, but so far. Iceland leading the pack for so long, but they had a downfall in the second half of this race. China and Japan will move on to the finals. Now it's time for semifinal B: Pakistan, the USA, Mexico, and Brazil. And they're off. Who will come out first? It's Brazil, being followed by Mexico, and then the USA. Pakistan in there as well. Brazil's able to exit that funnel first into the staircase, and they've got at least 4 stairs ahead of second place, who is Pakistan. And then Mexico and the USA will follow that as we go into the second staircase. Brazil almost already at the top of the staircase. They've gained some ground over Pakistan in that short little straight section. Pakistan now in this first yellow funnel along with Brazil And now they're all in this first yellow funnel. Who will come out first? It's Brazil and Pakistan. Has looked like they'll be able to come in at second. Mexico and the USA are neck and neck though. And I think the USA will be able to overtake, yes they do, into the second yellow funnel. And Pakistan, I think, has overpassed Brazil for first place in this yellow funnel. Yes, they have. Now they're in first place. Who comes out in second? It's Brazil. Into the second to last blue funnel. And Brazil may be able to overtake here. Yes, they do. Into the final funnel they go. And here comes the USA. They may still be able to advance if they are able to pass Pakistan. And they actually get first place. A quick overpass by Brazil. And Brazil will advance as well. The USA and Brazil, Mexico and Pakistan will be eliminated. A great performance by the USA. They were in third place. They go and pass Pakistan, get up to Brazil, and pass within a couple seconds of being in that funnel with Brazil. Luckily, Brazil was able to end the race as well, eliminated Pakistan and Mexico. So our final contestants will be China, Japan, the USA, and Brazil. Comment down below which one of these 4 countries you think will win the final match of this New Year's special. And they're off into the Plinko, and it looks like Japan comes out to lead, but it is Brazil now who is in lead as they all get jumbled up in this first orange funnel. Who will exit first? Neck and neck, but it is Brazil who comes out first, then the USA, then Japan, then China. And Japan and China both trying to be on the same stair, but China is pushed down a stair because this is a 1 marble per stair only type of staircase. They're all 1 step behind each other, being led by Brazil. USA and Brazil in the final yellow funnel. Now they're all in the final yellow funnel. Who will come out first and enter the second yellow funnel? It is the USA. Overpasses Brazil. And here comes Brazil right back though. A little bit of contact there. Let's see if they can come back and retake the lead. USA so close to the hole, and they're able to exit first into the rails, into the blue funnel they go, and this is for the win. Brazil coming as well. The USA trying to dodge, but they aren't able to. A hard contact from 2 marbles now, and they're all neck and neck in this blue funnel. And here comes China. Some hard hits there. China is able to get to the final funnel. Let's see if any other marbles can come up. Here comes Japan and the USA as well. China gets hit by the USA, and the USA might be able to take it, but no, it's Japan. Japan will be the champion of the New Year's special. China will come in second with the silver, and the USA with the bronze. Brazil won't finish on the podium. They'll be last in the finals, but still 4th place overall in the finals. What a crazy finish. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final match of this New Year's special? Comment down below. Now it's time for the podium ceremony for our 3 podium sitter marbles. It is Japan who comes out in first, China in second, and the USA in 3rd place. Congratulations to all 3 of these countries who came up and sit on the podium of this New Year's tournament. Happy New Year's, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below, and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs in the future. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone. Hello and Merry Christmas from all of us here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Today we will have a friendly race with 8 countries from around the world competing in this Christmas marble race. You can see the track laid out for us today, of course, with all of the Christmas decorations, and we've even gotten a light dusting of snow, which definitely will add a little bit of a Christmas spirit to this marble race. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Glass Card 2023 will be coming soon in January. Definitely some exciting news and definitely something to look forward to. Now it's time to meet the teams competing in this tournament. We have Japan, Brazil, India, and Argentina in the top bracket. And of course, the 4 marbles in the second bracket. But first, it's time for semifinal A. And we are about to start, and we're off into the first white funnel they go, and it is Japan who comes out to the quick lead as we go into this orange funnel. And here come all the other marbles as well. Who will come out first? I think that's Argentina as we get going into the first rail section. It's Japan being followed very closely by Brazil as we go into this first orange funnel after that rail section. And there goes Brazil out of that orange funnel. And they're going to be able to get to the conveyor belt first. Let's see who is directly behind them. There's 1 step, 2 steps behind Brazil is India as we go into the next rail section, which is really just about gaining ground over your opponent because you can't overtake in this 1 marble lane. As we go into the next orange funnel, can Brazil keep the lead? Here comes Argentina and India, and I think Argentina, it has passed India. Yeah, India is in the back of the pack now, and Japan is still trying to hold the lead. But there goes Brazil back, taking the lead back. And we go into the second to last funnel. There goes Brazil into the final blue funnel, and they're able to exit first, and they'll advance, and Japan will advance as well. Argentina and India will be eliminated. So Brazil, Japan are having a very good Christmas so far. Let's see if they do even better as we go to the finals. And now it's time for the second group of this tournament with Indonesia, Vietnam, USA, and Mexico. And only 2 of these marbles will go up against Brazil and Japan in the final. And now it's about to start, and we're off. Comes out to lead first. It's Indonesia being followed by the USA, but they're all pretty neck and neck. And it looks like Vietnam and Mexico are able to exit that funnel first, but quickly they're overtaken by the USA in that funnel. Into the rail section they go, being led by the USA, and here comes Mexico and Vietnam very close together. And what happened there? Mexico spinning in place for a couple of fractions of a second, and then they exit the funnel very quickly. I have never seen that in my marble commentating career, and well, it's a very good strategy by Mexico as we get going through this sky rail section, and Mexico trying to get out of this funnel before they face any trouble, but Indonesia is making that hard. Here comes the USA and Vietnam as well. The USA only has a little bit more time to overpass Mexico for the lead. And here comes Vietnam. There comes USA as well. Mexico about to exit and enter the final funnel of this entire race. And here comes Indonesia in second. There goes Mexico, and they will advance. Here comes the USA as well, and Vietnam. And they're all in this final funnel. Who will exit first? There goes the USA, and they will advance with Mexico very close in front of Vietnam and Indonesia, who barely missed out on advancing to the finals of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. So our finalists will be Mexico, the USA, Japan, and Brazil. Which one of these marbles will become the Christmas champion of this event? Comment down below. We have 2 North American countries, 1 Asian country, and 1 South American country, all competing for this Christmas prize. Who will come out on top? We're about to find out. And they're off into the white funnel they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil, being followed by Japan. Here comes Mexico and the USA as well. And Mexico is able to get out as well as for the USA. But these first couple of funnels are really hard to keep the lead because they're so bunched together. And it's really hard to keep the lead. As we go into the second group of funnel, they're a little bit more spaced out now. And USA and it looks like Brazil are able to streak away from the rest of the pack. Into the rail section they go. Can Brazil catch up to the USA at the end of this sky rail section? There's Japan as well. And where is Mexico? I haven't seen them in a while. And the USA and Brazil fighting in that funnel. Brazil is able to get out first, but here comes USA and we retake the lead into that little wiggly section into the third to last funnel. Brazil and the USA really fighting for this. USA still in the lead, but here comes Brazil right back, and they overtake for the lead into the final funnel. Can the USA catch up and be the Christmas champion? And they are able to take the quick lane, and the USA will be the Christmas champion of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. Brazil will come in at second, and Japan will be in third place. Mexico missing out on the podium, but still made it to the finals. Congratulations to the USA for being our Christmas champion. So there you go, the USA moving up to the championship position, getting the Christmas Fubeca Cup. Brazil so close to getting the win. They weren't able to do it. They were really neck and neck, the USA and Brazil, for the entire race, taking the lead back and forth. And ultimately, it was the USA who came out with the win. And they get to sit on the top of the podium and be the Christmas champion. Congratulations to the USA for being the winner of this Christmas special. Brazil coming in at second, and Japan in third place, getting to sit on the podium as well. But today, everybody aspires to beat the USA. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below. And stay tuned for Glass Card 2023 coming in January. And on behalf of all the Fubeca team, I hope you have a most happy, pleasant, and beautiful Christmas. Good day, everyone.
16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca race is on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail, India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side, straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind, and Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job. and advance to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, we move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2. Will qualify? Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only one will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only one gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel. So close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel. 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in 4th. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time. Today's challenge brings 7 funnels. 2 wide, large funnels right at the start. A dual-track sector ahead. 2 alternate paths. A decisive funnel that can change the game at the end. We've got 2 maze modules on this run. Epic collisions that the fans love. 1 electric elevator on the climb. A set with 3 opening decisive funnels. Near the start, a tough section with pins and obstacles. So fasten your seatbelts, it's about to begin. Country Balls League 2025, Event 12. Get ready and pick your favorite marble. Many rounds ahead, today promises action and competition. Choose your country now, it's starting soon. Now let's check the medal table. Brazil leading with 23 points. South Korea in second, also with 23 points. Mexico in third with 22 points. Philippines in fourth with 21. Japan closing the top 5 with 21 points. First clash of the day and the track is heating up. United States versus Qatar. What head-to-head action. Referee gives the signal. Lights are on and we're rolling. And remember, follow us on Instagram, Fubeca Race, official page for all the highlights. Join the fans and feel the thrill with us. United States takes funnel 2. Strong start. Rolling steady through funnel 2, trying to defend the lead. Qatar speeds up and overtakes with precision, straight into funnel 3. Clean move. United States looking to counter that crystal clear marble with red and blue streaks. Beautiful down the slope. Qatar runs darker, fast and stable. Qatar pushes ahead, climbs the electric elevator, smooth, dives into the maze drop. What a move. Already in Module 2, holding strong momentum. United States closing the gap on the chase. Down into Module 1 now. Inside the maze, seeking contact. Qatar conquers funnel 4, still on top. United States pushing hard. Gap is shrinking. Almost stalls but recovers fast. United States, contact made. What a touch. Pushes Qatar forward. Pure drama. In funnel 4, total tension. Qatar keeps control of the race. Heads to funnel 6, still in command. Right side of the track, anything can happen. Downhill run, straight to the final funnel. Qatar closing in on victory. The crowd is roaring. United States responds, dives into funnel 5, still alive. United States drops again. Reaches funnel 7, incredible race. Let's see who takes it at the finish line. United States. United States secures the victory and also earns 3 championship points. Qatar rolls down now, misses out on the 3 points. United States with an excellent run. Brilliant recovery at the end of the race. Let's check the replay for details. United States finishes strong and secures 3 points. We're only at event 12 of the championship. Brazil stays in the lead, and if you want your brand featured in the amazing Fubeca race events, send us an email. Here we go. Referee gives the green light. India versus Philippines. They dive into funnel 1. Look at that. Philippines playing in blue. India rolling in white. Look, Philippines tries to block India, but cannot hold the line. India drops to funnel 2. And straight into funnel 3, now leading. India takes the lead. India now heading for the elevator. Climbing step by step. Drops into the dive of sector 2. Perfect control. Heading into the maze. Now entering the second maze module. Opening a huge gap over the Philippines. Philippines, now yes, finally descends into the first maze module. Philippines in funnel 4. India in funnel 4. Philippines closes the gap. Great move. Makes contact and takes the lead. Philippines now leading in funnel 6. Running on the right side of the track. Conquers the final funnel. The 7th funnel of the match. India coming down the left side. Takes funnel 5. Philippines advancing well. Was so close to victory now. India drops down, but Philippines secures the win. Philippines earns 3 points in the league. Philippines, ranked 4th with 21 points before this race, now adds 3 more, reaching 24 points, moves up in the standings. And you can subscribe to the channel right now. If this is your first time watching, hit subscribe and don't miss the next race. Here we go, next matchup. Portugal versus France. Lights on, marbles rolling. Portugal takes the lead, captures funnel 1. Both marbles now in funnel 1, neck and neck. France moves ahead, new leader, takes funnel 2. France already conquers funnel 3. Portugal stays behind in funnel 2. Portugal drops down, makes physical contact. Now it's body to body, side by side. They drop again. Portugal takes the elevator, climbing up toward the maze section. Drops into the maze and dives again. Now in the second maze module. Portugal is leading the race. France tries to close the gap. Right behind Portugal, already into module 2 as well. Portugal in funnel 4. France catches up, makes contact. A quick touch, but Portugal defends beautifully. Takes the right side of the track. Into funnel 6. France stays back in funnel 4. Now moving left down the track. Takes funnel 5. Portugal dives into the final funnel. Portugal now inches from victory, but France drops fast. Trying for physical contact. Contact made. Whoever drops first takes 3 points. Look at that. This competition is very close. Wow, Portugal is the winner. Takes the 3 points and wins the race. What a close, intense battle. Check the replay. Look at the precision. Portugal pulls off a brilliant move. Outmaneuvers France and secures 3 points. Packed arena tonight, and remember, if you want your brand featured in our amazing races, incredible moments, send us an email today. We move to the next matchup. South Korea versus the Netherlands. Referee gives the signal. Netherlands playing in yellow. South Korea in white. South Korea with an incredible move. Goes straight to funnel 3. South Korea, second place in the league, showing power early. Currently in second place, with 23 points, tied with the leader, Brazil. Meanwhile, the Netherlands sits 8th with 10 points. They need a win to climb the standings. South Korea is already in funnel 4. Netherlands trying to close the gap, but South Korea is already there. Into funnel 5, sliding down the left side. Down to the final funnel, South Korea, so close to victory. If South Korea wins, they could take the top spot in the standings. It all depends on Brazil's race. If Brazil loses this one, South Korea could move into first place. And South Korea wins. South Korea earns 3 valuable points. Stays strong in second place overall. The Netherlands still rolling. Spinning in funnel 7. Finally drops down. The Netherlands finishes the run, remaining 8th in the standings. They might drop even further after this. Everything depends on the next races. Coming up soon, leave your comment. If your country is not in this league, tell us in the comments below. Maybe we'll add it in the next tournaments. Next up, Egypt and Indonesia. Referee gives the go. Funnel 1. Egypt rolling with the black marble. Indonesia playing with the red one. Indonesia really needs a win today. They're 17th in the league. Egypt currently sitting 10th overall. Indonesia takes a small lead, slightly ahead of Egypt. Indonesia dives into the maze, clean and fast. Down through the maze, drop with control. Conquers Module 2, great start for the red marble. Here comes Egypt, pushing hard. Takes Module 1, keeping the chase alive. Both marbles close, tight race ahead. Watch that turn. Indonesia almost stops, loses speed but stays in. Recovers quickly, back on pace. Egypt descends, closing in fast. Physical contact, neck and neck. Indonesia ahead again, nice move. Into funnel 6 smoothly. Running on the right side of the track. 2 paths ahead, every choice counts. Egypt takes the same lane, still in pursuit. Drops into funnel 6 as well. Indonesia already in funnel 7. So close to victory now. Indonesia pushes strong, final stretch. Egypt still chasing. Attempts a touch, not enough. Indonesia holds firm. Crosses first. Brilliant win for Indonesia. They stay alive. 3 points gained for the league. A crucial victory today. Climbing higher in the standings again. Egypt misses the win, loses ground. Still 10th, could drop further next round. Let's see that replay once more. That was the move. The perfect drop. Smooth descent for the victory. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, clips and highlights daily. Join over 157,000 fans worldwide. Next matchup on the track. Referee gives the start. Belgium versus Russia. Russia rolling in red. Belgium rolling in black. Russia drops first into the run. Belgium follows right after, no delay. Belgium finds speed and overtakes. Moves ahead into funnel 3. Russia drops again. Makes another physical touch. Now they're body to body inside funnel 3. Belgium reaches the elevator, climbing to the upper level. Russia too, and visit our official Fubeca race store for custom products. They stay very close, no one breaks away. This race is going to be tight all the way to the end. Belgium has a small problem in the lane, almost stalls on the track. Gets reactivated by Russia, contact helps. Plenty of physical battling inside the maze module. They head into funnel 4 now. What a close and intense race. Russia drops first on the left side of the track. Right into funnel 6. Belgium comes down on the right lane as well. Into funnel 6 too. Russia reaches funnel 7. Russia is very close to winning now. Russia needs this win today. They are 14th in the league table. Belgium is also there, 13th place right now. Here comes Belgium down the lane, makes the touch, and steals the win at the end. Belgium secures the victory and earns 3 points on the table. Russia stays 14th and could drop even more. Let's watch it calmly on the replay. Belgium comes down the slope, makes clean physical contact at the right time, and that touch secures the victory, and 3 more points in our league. Let's move on to the next matchup. It's Spain versus Libya. The start is authorized, lights are on, and the marbles are rolling. Spain is playing in yellow. Libya rolling in white. They drop together into funnel 2. Spain now moves ahead into funnel 3. But Libya catches up and overtakes in funnel 3. Not only overtakes, that move gives Spain an extra push inside the funnel. They're both heading into the second maze module now. Libya reaching funnel 4 first. Spain is right behind. This one is shaping up to be tight all the way. Spain drops again. Both are now inside funnel 4. Libya moves on the right side of the track, heads toward funnel 6. Spain still in funnel 4, losing precious time. Libya goes down to funnel 7. It's going to be a fierce battle at the last funnel. Spain comes down strong. Now the fight is in the final funnel. And Spain takes the win right at the end. What an incredible move. Spain earns 3 valuable points on the table. Spain, who was last in the standings, now jumps from 20th place. An essential victory for their campaign. Let's see it again in the replay. Spain drops perfectly, makes the contact inside the funnel, and secures 3 points in the championship table. Libya wasn't doing well either this season. They were in 16th place in the league, and may drop even further after this one. Japan versus Germany on the track. Referee authorizes the start. Lights are on. Japan rolling in white. Germany rolling in black. They move forward now into funnel 3. Japan takes the lead in this race. Japan is in the top 5 of our league, currently in 5th place. Germany, on the other hand, really needs a win here. They are 18th on the table right now. They need important points to stay in, to remain in the competition fight. Japan is already at the end of the sector, almost reaching Funnel 4. Arrives there now. Germany in black, having a hard time keeping up with Japan. Japan drops again, tries to make physical contact, but cannot connect. Japan takes the left side of the track and enters the funnel. Funnel 5, and now straight down to Funnel 7. Japan sitting in 5th place overall. Germany really needs this win today. Germany in 18th place must win to improve. Japan is about to secure 3 points. Germany not doing well in the championship and not performing well in this battle either. Germany still spinning. Spinning inside the funnel. And now, yes. Germany finishes the race without a winning result today. And remember our Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are more than 157,000 followers. Be part of this community. Next matchup, Brazil versus Argentina. And the marbles are rolling. Lights are on. Here we go. Brazil, the current league leader. They hold first place with 23 points. Tied with South Korea at the top. South Korea already played and won their match. If Brazil wins today, they stay in first place. But if they lose, they'll drop down in the standings. Both rolling now toward Funnel 3. Side by side in Funnel 3. Argentina takes the front, heading up the elevator. This is one of the biggest rivalries in Fubeca Race. Two South American giants face to face. The race is extremely tight now. Both drop into the second maze module. Physical contact there. Multiple collisions. Argentina moves ahead to Funnel 4. Brazil drops right after. Argentina goes down the right lane and takes Funnel 6 with speed. Argentina needs this win badly. They are 12th in the championship, while Brazil leads the standings, but their leadership is now in danger. Brazil about to drop into Funnel 6. Argentina already in Funnel 7. Brazil descends. Tries to make the touch, but cannot reach it. Argentina takes the victory. And Brazil loses the leadership spot because South Korea already earned 3 points. Brazil had 23 points as leader and stays there, tied with South Korea. Brazil comes down again. Fubeca Marble runs on the air. Remember to join our community. Be part of this growing community. Let's check the replay. Argentina defends perfectly in the last funnel. Brazil tried to make physical contact, but could not reach. And if you want your brand here in Fubeca Race, send us an email right now. Mexico versus China. Referee authorizes the start. The lights come on. Both marbles head into Funnel 1. China rolling in red. Mexico rolling in green. China is currently 9th in the championship. Mexico sits in 3rd place with 22 points on the board. If they win, they can move up to 2nd place. South Korea, for now, is leading the championship. China drops first into the maze section. Already in the 2nd module. China almost reaching Funnel 4. Arrives at Funnel 4 now. Mexico only now reaches the 2nd maze module. But China still controls Funnel 4 at the front. Mexico arrives in the battle, but cannot make contact. China goes on the left lane and takes Funnel 5. Drops now into Funnel 7. Very close to victory. China 9th in the league. Mexico in 3rd place. Their 3rd place is at risk right now. Here comes Mexico down. Tries to make the touch, connects, and takes the win. Mexico? In the final seconds of the run, Mexico wins it. What a finish! China was so close to winning this one, but in the end, Mexico surprises and wins. Mexico can now climb in the standings. They will probably take second place. Let's check the overall points table. Here it is. South Korea takes the lead, goes up to 26 points. Mexico is second, Japan third, Philippines fourth, and the United States moves up in the championship, staying among the top 5 of the league. And that wraps up another stage of Fubeca Marble Runs. What a day, full of emotion and incredible races. Congratulations to all the teams that gave it their all today. And a huge thank you to everyone watching till the end. You're the heartbeat of this amazing global community. Subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon so you don't miss the next incredible race. Click the end card now and watch more Fubeca race videos. The next stage is coming soon. Stay tuned. Fubeca Marble Runs. Speed, emotion, and marble passion. 16 marbles from different countries collide on a soccer field. 16 countries, only one winner. Get to know who they are. Portugal versus Colombia, USA versus Iran, Uruguay versus Japan, Mexico versus Vietnam, Argentina versus France, Indonesia versus Brazil, Gurnani versus Spain, Russia versus Ecuador. Welcome to the Marble World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Ecuador takes it. 1-0 over Russia, and they advance in the round of 16 at Fubeca race. Portugal takes it. 2-0 over Colombia, and they advance at Fubeca race. Coming up next, France versus Argentina at the Marble World Cup. Takes it. 2-0 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Up next in the round of 16, Mexico versus Vietnam at the Marble World Cup. Second half. Vietnam takes it. 2-1 in the second half, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Coming up next, Brazil versus Indonesia at the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes it. 2-1 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Round of 16 coming up. Uruguay versus Japan at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay takes it. 1-0 victory, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Get ready for a classic. Spain faces Germany in the Marble World Cup. All square. Spain and Germany are tied at 2-2, and we're heading to the second half at the Marble World Cup. Over Germany, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. High stakes coming up. United States versus Iran, battling for the final quarterfinal spot at the Marble World Cup. United States edges it. 1-0 victory, and they claim the final quarterfinal spot in the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinals are set. Ecuador takes on Spain in the Marble World Cup. Spain takes it 2-1 over Ecuador, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Another big matchup ahead. United States versus Portugal in the Marble World Cup. United States gets it done. 1-0 over Portugal, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. A heavyweight clash is coming up. Brazil versus France in the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes control. 2-0 over France, and Brazil is through to the semifinals of the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinal action continues. Uruguay faces Vietnam in the Marble World Cup. Uruguay gets the win, 1-0 over Vietnam, and Uruguay moves on in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. Brazil is through to the final. Now it's time for semifinal 2, United States versus Uruguay in the Marble World Cup. United States seals it. 3-1 over Uruguay, and the United States is through to the Marble World Cup final. A historic final is set. United States versus Brazil for the Marble World Cup title. Third place on the line, Uruguay versus Spain at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay claims the podium, 1-0 over Spain, and Uruguay finishes third in the Marble World Cup. It all comes down to this. United States versus Brazil in the grand final of the Marble World Cup. The final will be played in 2 halves, with a short break in between, just like in official football. Brazil leads at halftime, 3-1 over United States after the first half. Brazil and United States back on track for the final stretch. Brazil are champions, 5-3 over the United States, and Brazil lifts the Marble World Cup trophy. Brazil earned this title. Consistency, control, and composure made the difference from start to finish in the Marble World Cup.